Ooh. Oh, actually no. Oh, sucks. Can't say that. Oh man, Hydra's so good with it, but I can't. It's just I can't. I can't do that. I can't do that. Cool board 3? Oh no.
The envious turn their eyes towards you.
I need to scale, I need to scale, I need to scale, I need to scale. Oh my god, this guy is broken. Holy shoot, those are. Oh my god. Okay, that's fine. It's fine. Oh no, wait, no, that's fine. Perfect, that's good. Alright. Oh, we win. We good. Oh my god. Can we frenzy this? Please, please, please frenzy. Please, don't attack the big bite. Okay, perfect. Dude, amazing. Good job, good job, good job. Everybody in the chat, clap, 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 clap. That was good. Thank you very much. Amazing. So nice. I'll take that anytime soon. Alright. Oh my god, somebody died. Please give me the ghost. Never saw this guy, dude. Please never.
You have a certain knack for violence.
Freaking gold grubber. You know what? Oh man, it's 10 gold level. What is this guy? You know what? Let's first freaking level. I'm 36, not years old. I wish. I'm 23. I'm 36 HP. What the heck? You know, if this guy gets attacked twice, it's just so strong, because it gives +4/+4. That's a lot of stuff. This build right now is super ass, like really bad build. But we're level to 6. Okay, let's see. I'm level 6. Do I made 2 triples? I don't remember. Oh yeah, this one and this. Okay. I mean triple this one and the cat. Morlocks. Wait, I'm Morlocks? Oh yeah, 3 Morlocks. Mixed minions. This guy is beasts. Hey, Morlocks. Oh, 2 triples. Hey, a Morlock player, cool boar and beasts. Dude. Oh, this game must have been pretty bad. I'm level 3, level 3, and what did? Oh my god, this guy hero
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. How are you guys doing? All right, so let me just check my mic is okay. And all right, today we'll do something really different. In fact, I'm going to reveal one of my secrets. And yeah, if you are a calculus teacher, then you will like this a lot, I assume. And if you are a calculus student, maybe you don't want your teachers to see this, because I will go over how I make my calculus exams harder, right? In fact, it's nothing too tricky. I'm not going to ask like complicated questions. Instead, all I have to do is the opposite. If you guys look at the title of the handout that I have in the description, I said what? Today, we are not going to be asking for the answers. Instead, we'll be asking for the questions. Yes, we just need to do the opposite. And in fact, that will make the exam so much harder, and you just have to really know the materials in order to be able to answer these kind of questions. And I'm not going to solve any questions today because otherwise they will take too long. I might do another video just to go over everything, especially my thought process and things like that in that video. But today we are going to have some discussions. And in fact, we did this before, but you guys can see that I only did about like maybe 2 or 3 questions in my exams. Not everything are like this on my usual exam, right? So here's the deal. Of course, go ahead and go to the description and download the files and think about this along the way, right? So this time, we need participation. Right? I'm not just going to tell you guys, hey, do this, do that. You guys will also have to think about the examples. Again, we are looking for the questions, not the answers. So without further ado, let's go ahead and do the following. So question number 1, again, we are going to be asking for the examples, the questions. You didn't see that. All right, we're going to see how to give an example of an integral so again, I'm not asking for how to integrate whatever or so whatsoever, but I want the integral, right, could be done, right, so that it could be done. Perhaps I will just write it the way I wrote it in the handout, so that it can be done with either ready integration by parts or trig sub. All right, so now I want you guys to think about an integral that can actually be done with either integration by parts or trig sub. And yeah, let's see how it goes. Let's see what you guys have. And then I will try to write down your answers on the board. I also have my answers planned. And in fact, how did I come up with this idea? It's not from myself, it's actually from my students. Because as a teacher, one of the things that happened to me the most is that the students will ask, teacher, can you please give an example of an integral that you can use both integration by parts or trig sub? I've been asked a lot with these kind of questions. Yeah. And later we're going to have a lot more fun, you guys will see. So let's see. What do you guys have? What do you guys have? Hello, Adam. How are you? Yay! You're here. You made it. Cool. So we are going for an integral that can be done either integration by parts or trig sub, right? Of course, it has to be doable. So I'm not going to write down the things that's like too outrageous. Let's see. Well, if you do e to the x divided by e to the x plus 1, I don't think you can do it with trig sub. You might be able to, but you know, today we'll just be looking for the integrals, the examples. On the actual test, I will ask the students to actually solve it as well, so I don't think you want to do that. All right, so I see x times the square root of x squared. Well, x to a third power wouldn't work. I don't think that will be have a nice answer for that. Luca Armstrong, I think I like your answer, so I'll put down this right here. So example by, just say by Luca, right? So the example that he gives us is x times square root of 1 minus x squared. Let's see, can we do integration by parts with this? If you do integration by parts with this, you want to differentiate this, we want to differentiate that. And again, we're just going to talk over it. We're not going to integrate it because otherwise it will take too long. So let's see if we have a... Luca, do you have a idea for this? I know trig_sub will work. It's not the easiest method, of course. In fact, u_sub works the best for this one, right? And I'm not sure how you will do it with integration by parts in a nice way. Would you just integrate? Of course, do a DI method, of course, right? It's not easy to integrate this though, right? So you might want to integrate this, and then you may want to differentiate that. And is it that going to be easy? I don't know. And again, keep in mind, on the actual test, I will ask the students to actually write down the example and then solve it. But right now, we're not doing the solving part because otherwise it will take too long. So, I don't know. Should we do it the other way? If you do it the other way, if you differentiate x and then integrate square root of 1 minus x squared, that's easy. But for this, yeah, you will have to use the trig_sub or integration by parts. So this is my answer that I actually have, right? My answer. So I'll just put this down right here, my answer. You actually just can look at the integral of 1 minus x squared dx. Yeah, this right here, it's actually doable with integration by parts, where I have a video on that. And of course, the classic way to do it is by trig_sub. So that's definitely okay. So yeah. So I would say this one might be too hard. Again, if you put this down on the test, then you have to do this. Yeah. And yeah, let's look at another answer if you guys have any. So let's see. Oh, a lot of you guys are telling me this one as well, huh? So this is like the classic one you can do it with integration by parts and also trig_sub, huh? So I think there are more than one people putting down the answer. So yeah, sorry, I cannot write down all the names. Yeah, so if you have this in the chat, that's great. Thank you. And again, I want an integral that can be done with either integration by parts or trig_sub. So if you say e to the x, I don't think that would be a good idea. So SMI, yeah, you can also replace this with plus. So yeah, I think if you have the minus version, again, if you think about it, if you're on the test, this is the one that you want to put down because it's okay to demonstrate the integration by parts and it's pretty okay to demonstrate the trig_sub. Yeah. So this question actually is like two questions because three questions because the first part is come up with an integral. The second part is, hey, do that integral with just integration by parts. And then the third one is, hey, do that integral with trig_sub. Yeah. So you see, if if you put something down like this, if you say the integral of, actually let's use blue for this. Huh? If a student puts down the integral of x times sine x dx, of course this is the classic example of using integration by parts. Sure, but how would you do trig_sub on this? I don't think that's good at all, right? So not a good idea. So as you can see, when you are asking for the examples, when you're asking for the questions, it's definitely much harder than just asking how to do the equation. Yeah. So usually I will put like 1 or 2 questions on the test, just to have the students think a little bit harder than usual. Yeah. So today we'll go over three main parts of Calc 2, of course. The first part is, of course, what we're doing, which is integrals, and then we'll be doing limits, and then series. And Alan, and also Math Nerd 1729, if you guys are here, stay till the end because the bonus is for you guys. All right, so let's look at the second part. All right, let's look at the second part. Well, this time, you know what? I want an integral that has to be done with both. I'm just going to write down the main part, okay? With both u sub and partial fraction decomposition. Oh, by the way, who just finished the AP Calc BC test today? If so, just give me a hashtag, finished. Finished, with an ED, yeah. If you just finished the AP Calculus test today, just give me a hashtag finished, so I know you finished the AP Calc test. Elliot Chan, okay, cool. And then Gilbert, cool. The frog, okay. Well, Adam, okay. And then almost, why almost? Because, oh, you are taking the AP Calc test in next 3 weeks or so, maybe. Okay, I want an integral. And you must be doing both u sub and partial fractions in the same integral. So how would you do that? All right, so Noah, if you do x divided by x squared minus 1, then u sub will work. You don't necessarily have to perform partial fractions. So you will have to make your integral slightly more complicated. And by the way, I do think about these kind of things a lot when I am making videos because I want to have some creative video ideas for you guys. So usually, yeah, I spend a lot of time thinking about examples as well, not just how to solve the questions. All right, Ethan, let's say what you have. Let's see. Ethan, can you put down your answer again? Because I think I missed that. All right, if you say 1 over x to the third power plus x, I believe partial fraction will work, and you don't necessarily have to perform u sub because you get x times x squared plus 1, right, as a factor. So you don't necessarily have to perform u sub. And in fact, x to the third power plus 1 on the bottom, you can just factor x to the third power. U sub will do the job. You don't even need to do the partial fractions. Okay. You guys are giving me a lot of answers. I'm sorry. If I cannot keep up, I'm very sorry, okay? I didn't expect the comment goes like this fast. All right. Oh, Ethan, I might have missed your message again. I'm very sorry about that because I still cannot see that. But I think I will take Noah's answer because that looks very interesting. All right, so if you finish your AP Calc exam, well, congrats. And I don't know why you are here because you just finished the test. You should go relax. All right, so this is by Noah. So I'm just going to put on your name, yeah? Noah. So your integral is 1 over x times ln x minus 1 and then ln x plus 1 dx. Make this longer and then put a 1 more toward the middle to make it prettier, of course. Yep. So as you can see, first you have to do u sub. Let u equal to ln x, and then of course du is just equal to 1 over x dx. So that x will help this out, right? And you end up with 1 over u minus 1 times u plus 1 in the u world, totally, partial fraction from there. Perfect. Yeah. And this is a great question to put on your test if I ask you this question. Because remember, you still have to do this on the test, right? All right, so somebody said, hold on. All right, so Tony, you said x squared divided by x plus 1 times x plus 2. I believe you can just do long division first and then just partial fraction. You do not need U sub. Yeah, you do not need to use U sub for that. So Nikhil, you said integral of e to the x over e to the 2x. Okay, so I will also put this down because this is a good one. So let me see. Nikhil? And if I have like enough answers from you guys, I'm not going to put down my answer because for this one, it's not so bad. Your answer is integral, and then you have e to the x on the top, and over e to the 2x, and then minus a squared. Perfect. Dx. So this is one of the classic one too. That it might look kind of intimidating, but the trick is you do u sub, let u equal to e to the x, and then you see we do have the thing on the top, and then you end up with 1 over u squared minus a squared, and from there you can do partial fractions, even though you can also do tricks up for that, but of course, if the question is asking you to do both u sub and partial fractions in the same question, then you do it like that. So perfect. ln of x squared over sine x. I don't think that works. Yeah, I don't know. skw cosine x over 1 minus sine square x. That works perfectly. And David, square root of tangent x, I think that will be overkill. You don't want to put that down on your own test. Because remember, when you put that down, you have to do it. All right, Matthew Lee, hello. And then me, VSS, I don't think works. ln of x squared over sine x. I don't think that will work out nicely. So, yeah. All right, so the first two questions are just typical integration techniques, right? So, if you have been doing a lot of integrations, then you should know that. Now, for part C, ready? Remember how to approximate integrals? You have the midpoint rule and also the trapezoidal rule. And usually, you have the midpoint rule and you have the Simpson's rule and you also have the trapezoidal rule, right? Among these three, Simpson's rule is usually the best. All right? But I would like to have an integral so that the midpoint rule, right, Mn is better. Of course, better means gives a better approximation, of course, in terms of the absolute error, okay? So I want the midpoint rule to be better than the Simpson's rule. Simpson's rule. And for this, you also have to indicate some n values for some n value, right? So you have to give an integral, and then you have to say m2 is better than s2. Well, maybe n10 is better than s10. Oops, sorry, I wrote it down wrong. Simpson's rule should be Sn, right? This is the hard one. I actually discovered this by coincidence when I was assigning questions to my students. So I want to see if you guys can do that. So you will have to give a definite integral this time because otherwise you cannot approximate, right? So definite integral, and yeah. All right, so Grobert the frog, if you put on e to the 2x times cosine e to the x, again, you will have to give an integral and then some value a to b and then some function, right? It has to be a definite integral, and then you are going to use the midpoint rule and also the Simpson's rule, right? And in fact, the midpoint rule is better because it gives a smaller absolute error. So this one is not easy. again, as I said, I actually discovered this by coincidence when I was writing down some examples in the class for the students to do, and then I realized, oh my god, how is that possible that the midpoint rule was better than the Simpson's rule? And then of course, there's a reason why, and yeah, usually I will talk about this in class, and for the students who show up to my class and then do the homework or take the notes, they will know this example, and if they see this question on the test, hopefully they remember, so they will get a point. Because otherwise, it will be really hard for you to come up with this question right on the spot. Yeah. 日本 e to the x over n, I believe that won't work. Yeah, that won't work. Yeah. And I will give you guys a hint. When you are using the midpoint rule and also the Simpson's rule, remember the error bound formulas. Right? Remember the error bound formula. The error bound. And in the error bound formula, for the midpoint and also for the Simpson's rule, for the midpoint rule, right, you have to look for what? The maximum value of the absolute value of the second derivative on the interval a to b. So you have to pay attention to the second derivative, right, of the function, right? So you have to kind of associate. So I'm going to use, doesn't really, how should I do it? I run out of notation. I think I'm just going to, yeah. In order for you to know this, you better know this, right? And once you have this, this is not regular notation. Midpoint rule. You have to associate that. Just let me just use that. You have to associate that with the second derivative of the function, and then in the meantime, the Simpson's rule. You have to associate that with the fourth derivative. Right? I believe the second and also the fourth derivative. So that should give you a hint. And the reason I know e to the x divided by a number won't work, because if you have derivative, then for sure that the Simpson's rule will be better than the midpoint rule, thanks to the error bound formulas, right? So Albert, you said, no, n is not a part of the function. N is the number of rectangles that you want to use for the midpoint rule and also for the Simpson's rule. So you will have to specify, is it M4, M6, S4, S6, and things like that in your
So that is right here. This would have hurt. I actually think that the skin is kind of not behaving the way I want it to in this case, but I think just for consistency's sake, I need to leave it on here. Look, you can even see it got all the way into the pot roast. Skin and pot roast. 3, 2, 1. Yet again, absolutely decimated. All right, this is really cool. You should come check this out. Look. So do you see how there's this chunk of ice right here? That chunk of ice was not there. These were completely smooth. I think that the reason this is happening is because when you put ice under pressure, it liquefies. And so when I'm shattering the ice, it gets warm enough to get like a little bit watery, but then it cools back down as it's sticking into the body of the icicle itself, because it's probably shattering and just sliding up along the meat. It's the same reason that this, it looks almost like the tip melted around. The rest of the icicle. Super fascinating. Go test our last set of icicles. So these are the worst case scenario icicles. They've gotten really melty at this
That's an insane 4 hit though. Not only good, it's actually insane.
Oh, I just popped my knee. Prediction? Yeah, we're gonna pay it out. I don't know if Night Rainbow's here. Cheap Tall Boy, good to see you. We got a gold card, it just took a little while. How much for 5 cards in your draft? How much? Like, what does that mean? Like, how much do you have to donate to pick 5 of them? I don't know, what do you want to pay? You want to do that? I'll do that. You can pick the next 5 if you want. If you make me a non-insulting donation. How many wins? We got 5. Scarabag? Why? That card stinks. Pay to draft that, you know? Gotta make money somehow.
This point, absolutely disgusting, by the way. They are covered in Vaseline from the mold process. All right, now these I am fully expecting to just completely shatter all over the place. You can see that they're actually already kind of breaking down. They've got this kind of weird rough texture on the outside. So at this point, this is a slush sickle. Worst case scenario, dude left them out in the sun test in 3, 2, 1. And that just does not work at all. It's actually hilarious how bad that went. And I think it's really interesting that it doesn't break down, like it doesn't just like melt off. It kind of just slushifies.
So can you kill someone with a snow cone?
Yeah, right. That's basically what it is. But let's test it on the skin and pot roast. Bare skin test. 3, 2, 1. Oh. Wow, it didn't like slushify. Totally unexpected. I'm gonna try to hit it in a slightly different location. 2, 1. I think that it's not completely going to slush because it doesn't have anything stiff it's pushing up against. So it's like hurtful, but I don't think in real life it would go that far in. I'm gonna give it one more test right on here. 2, 1. I'm hoping that just looks really good on slow-mo, to be honest. Look at that! Look at that! It's like I've taken hot iron. I think that's actually kind of sick. First half of this, can you kill somebody with an icicle? Probably. Assuming it's worth it to you, can you get away with it? The one thing I want to see is whether you can actually dispose of the icicles fast enough before the cops show up. Once you kill a guy, the cops are going to get called. Assuming it takes an hour and a half for them to show up, would the evidence be melted by the time they got there? I put 3 icicles in the fridge to simulate wintertime outdoor temperatures, like you tried to ditch the weapon, and put 3 on the table as if you left them at the crime scene. Here's what happened after about an hour and a half. It's been about an hour and a half now. Here's what we got. The icicle that was just sitting in the room has pretty much melted all the way. It fared a lot better than the guy who tried to ditch his weapon in the woods, right, running away from the scene. The takeaway here is the best way to dispose of it is frankly neither of these methods. It's to wash it away using hot water or something, but you're actually better off probably leaving your icicle at the scene of the crime than you are trying to ditch it outside in the winter. And with that, I think that really brings us to the conclusion here. Can you kill somebody with an icicle? I think you definitely can. Can you get away with it? I think while it's probably possible to get away with murder using an icicle, I don't think you're getting away with it because you used an icicle. It's a cool idea. I think it's not the like easy get off scot-free that I think that the stories make it out to be. Let me know if you liked this one. If you did, slap a like on it. Make sure you share the video with a friend who you think would think this was cool. If you want to join the Discord, you can do that down below, or if you want to help support these videos directly, you can do so over on my Patreon. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you guys next time. Peace. This is the point at which
You gotta do right there. That's the big one. That's the big one. That's the big one. That's the big one. That's 4 big ones. That's 4 big ones.
Big ones? Let's call them big ones, eh? That's, okay. So I found more big ones, and then I found some lapis and redstone in this cavern, and I dug further and found even more of the good stuff, which I just wrote in parentheses, not diamonds, so who knows what I found down there, but I found something. But my pick broke, so I came back up with 10 diamonds, and a man can do a lot with 10 diamonds, okay? A man like me, that is, wow, you may as well be the richest man alive when you got 10 diamonds, okay? So I put a bunch of cobblestone in the chest, because let's be honest here, at some point or another, I'm gonna start making stone bricks like I always do. So I wanted to start storing this stuff now. At this point, it was probably summer, and you can see that my temperature is still going up. Every day it's getting a little bit hotter, so I was gonna make the long trip back to the old tower to get my stuff and put the Aussie liner in on my new armor chest piece or whatever. So I had to cross that big bridge and then come down this mountain, and I got it, but before going to bed in the tower, I clicked this tree tap thing, which gave me tree resin. And you know what? You can use that for all sorts of good stuff, like making slime. What? I can use that to make slime? How did I forget about that? I can use that. Okay, I gotta write that down because like I said, I'm not done recording this right now and I need slime desperately, okay? I'm gonna write that down right now. I can use that to get slime. That is good to know. Anyways, you can make satchel charges and other stuff. It's good.
Ah, cool. Tree tap. I like this thing.
Not much went on the next day, if I'm being honest. I just got in my boat, sailed home, and did something with the Aussie liner. Nothing crazy going on here. In the morning, I went out to get more water and almost got tagged by this little guy.
Oh, whoa, 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 whoa! You gotta watch out for those guys. They're quick.
I was trying to find some creepers to kill so that I could get some gunpowder to make satchel charges, and once I had enough, I used it to make gunpowder barrels, and then tried to mine with them.
Okay, here we go. I'm gonna light this barrel here. Oh! Okay, I thought I'd have more time than that.
I went back into the woods to look for the mine, and I found this little camp.
Hey, a little camper here. Oh, look at that. Some fish. Okay, I thought I'd have more time than that.
I went back into the woods to look for the mine, and I found this little camp.
Hey, a little camper here. Oh, look at that. Some fish. Oh, there's the mine.
When I went down there, there was some stuff, and I got a bunch of gold and a few diamonds. Pretty good, you know? Not bad at all, actually. I returned home, and when I got there, it was nearly night, and I was getting tired of getting water from the river constantly, so I made 2 buckets and then filled them on my way back, and it's awesome. Well, I mean, just look at this. There's stuff floating around.
Okay. What is that? What is that thing? There's another one. They're floating. Okay.
So then I had an idea. Why are the cabins in this map abandoned? Why is everything all gone? Where are all the people? But what if there was a building? Yeah, a facility. Some would say a foundation. Where, let's say they were keeping something in that foundation and that thing, whatever it was, broke out of it. And what if that thing was dangerous? So then I gave the map to my good friend Unsorted guy, okay? Yeah, you gotta go watch his most recent video where he made Jurassic Park, okay? I gave it to that, my good friend Kim, okay? And I said, take this mod, okay? SCP Lockdown, and build a facility. That's all I said, you just build it somewhere. But here's the thing. I don't know anything about SCPs, and I don't know anything about this mod. So I just said, take it and build it. And that's what he did. So this point forward, there's something lurking out in the woods. In a giant foundation, somewhere hidden in the Canadian Rocky Mountains. Something dark is going on. And it's now on the map. You forget to remove 1 mod from a mod pack, and you just gotta improvise and make it work within the story, okay? So that's what we're doing, it's good. This is no longer a Man vs. Wild parody, this is now a horror theme. So I went out to gather as much wood as I could. I was gonna need a ton of it to build, and so I went out, just started bringing in stacks and stacks. I don't know if it was stacks, I think it was like 3 or 2, I don't know. A storm rolled in though.
Oh. Rainstorm.
I thought this was gonna be a regular storm, but oh, no, this was a very weird storm.
There's a donkey, a donkey that's standing up over there. Why is there a donkey It's gone. The donkey that was standing up is gone. What is that thing? A wolf is standing up. Okay. Okay! Go, 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 go. Okay. Don't know what was going on out there. That's, okay, just,
When I came out, I had to kill this strange zombie.
What's going on with the zombie? Spirit Vanquisher. What do you mean, Spirit Vanquisher? I'm just supposed to be a man surviving out here. Why am I playing Ghostbusters?
I'm starting to feel like this was 100 days in the haunted woods or something. I don't know. I was trying to think of a title for the video at this point because it just slipped so far out of my hands. So I went out to get more wood and started piling up building supplies in a chest and used a bucket of water to clear out the tall grass so nothing could be hiding. You know, I was afraid that there'd be some sort of creature hiding in the grass. So I gathered all my supplies and started heading towards the mountains because I knew that's where I wanted to build. You know, somewhere up high, you know, away from whatever was going on down here. I wanted to be away from it. Based off of the layout of the map, I was guessing that I was somewhere around here in this area, okay? And I wanted to be just anywhere in the mountains, up and away. So I started down the trail and found a cabin.
Rob's home. Oh, Robert's house? Oh, look at this! Robert's house. Wow, look at all those emeralds.
I looted Robert's house, picked it clean, and decided to spend the night in this man's home. Yeah, it's good, thank you, Robert. Good. Hey, there's another survival lesson there. If you come across Robert's house, go on in, go right in. It's a good place to... I don't know what I'm saying. So I followed the path out of here the next morning, and I went... it brought me further into the woods, up the side of a mountain, and to a bunch of little this tiny camp. There was a staircase down to a dungeon that said, Angels Manifest. So I thought, you know, what's going on down there? And I went down and, wow, just a lot of weird stuff going on. Just weird stuff. I got to one room which was filled with skulls and just heard some awful sounds coming from the room over.
Did you hear that? Something not good down there.
I was getting a lot of loot, tons of stuff like diamonds, some golden apples, iron, everything I needed. So I didn't want to leave yet. I wanted to see what was going on. Maybe there was something even better in that other room. You know, there's something in there, all right.
Okay. Okay. You know what you do with something like that? Oh! Okay. Corroded 2. What does corroded do? What does that mean? What does that do?
I killed it and went in, and I got some good stuff. Before leaving, I cleared out the last room and got more gear, and I was a man who was doing good now, doing quite well, feeling very good. So I came back up, and it was night. I just took a look around.
Oh, but it is nighttime. There's some glowing stuff over there. There's something with red eyes over there.
I thought, you know what, not going out there tonight, I'm gonna sleep. In the morning, I dealt with the water problem by using buckets to make more water from my canteens, which I now had 2 of. Problem is, I have no idea where I was anymore. So I just started walking, and I saw this thing.
Okay. Okay, what is that? What is that? Okay, it's gone. It's gone. Yeah, it's gone. It's just gone. No, it's back now. Okay.
Okay. There's no way that death counts. I'm not dying to that, okay? Whatever that thing was, that death, there's no way that one counts, okay? In fact, you know what? That's actually, I think that's SCP, 494, and that, the SCP with that one means if you are watching a YouTube video and the guy in the video dies, you immediately forget it, okay? You forget a YouTube video and the guy in the video dies, you immediately forget it, okay? You forget it happened. That's that SCP, and so, oh, look at this, I'm alive again. So, just, you go ahead and leave a comment saying, wow, my brain feels numb around day 27. My brain feels very numb. Don't know what happened there. So I slowly crept back up to it, and I got my stuff back.
Okay, yeah, that's enough of that thing. You see something like that? You know what you do next? You find a gun. That's what you do. Straight to the AK-47. That's how you deal with a problem like that.
Okay, another survival lesson. If you're running into trouble, look for an AK-47, okay? Something like that, blow whatever that thing is out, gone. That deals with that immediately. So I'm back to the mine since night was falling. I really wanted to get to the mountains. Really wanted to get up and out of this forest where there's these creatures walking around, these things. But I don't know. The bear traps were obviously going to come in handy. But then I saw this like a green person walking around. See, everything was just getting out of control at this point. So I thought, you know what? I'm tired of these things already. Gonna give this person a smack with my nunchucks.
Okay. 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 It's spitting at me. It's spitting at me.
Oh, decided to leave it alone, and I went into the mountains. The only problem is for whatever reason, I had to go through that SCP's territory again.
He's right there. He's right there. Oh, there's what?
Oh, looks like your brain's probably feeling a little bit fuzzy again on day 28, okay? But look at this, I'm just walking through the woods. Thankfully, I spawned relatively close to where whatever the thing you forgot was that happened. And I had to, this was just becoming a big problem, okay? I didn't know what to do about this guy, this thing, whatever this thing was that I had no idea that was, like, I still don't know what that thing is. I know it's an SCP, I have no information on it. All I thought was don't want to be around something like that. So I got my stuff back, but I was getting worried. So I had to sneak up on this thing and I climbed a tree and watched it.
It's sitting in my stuff right now. What are you doing? It needs to go somewhere else. Yeah, go.
Then after a few minutes, I jumped down and went for it. It was the last second too because I watched half my stuff despawn. Almost lost it all, but I got it, okay? Except for the bear trap, so not a big deal. I ran for it and I got most of the way towards the mountains before I just slept in a tree that night. In the morning, I climbed out of the tree and I looked up how to make bear traps because I thought, whatever this thing is, a bear trap is going to deal with it, okay? It's going to step in a bear trap, boom, problem solved. But for now, I'll worry about that after I get a house built. So I started heading towards the mountains and I saw a little shed thing. I entered from the bottom, about that after to deal with it, okay? Used before I just slept in a tree that night. In the morning, I entered from the bottom and there was some like iron, some gold, some coal, some good stuff. So I mined all of that and got 3 diamonds from this like excavator. It's like pulling chunks of the land out or something. And I saw a chest that said, "Do not open." So I thought, I'm opening that thing, just not right now. I'll open it in the morning. After I didn't die. I didn't want to carry all my stuff on me anymore because I have a problem where I keep all my stuff in my inventory. So I wanted to stash them. So I put it in some chests and. I was just getting tired of the trouble I was having, so I replaced my armor and I made some diamond legs and an iron helmet and stuff. Like I was just getting geared up, you know. So I slept there that night and legs and an iron helmet. Keep all my stuff in my inventory, so I wanted to stash them. So I put it in some chests and. I was just getting tired of the trouble I was having, so I replaced my armor and I made some diamond legs and an iron helmet and stuff. Like I was just getting geared up, you know. So I slept there that night and I put up some torches. In the morning, I tried to open up that chest.
Oh, okay. The chest is... Okay. What is this, like a crab in there? What is this thing?
I killed both of them. What SCP is that? A crab chest? SCP-4000? What SCP is that? I don't know. So I went out looking for flint and found some gravel under a ranger's tower on the mountain. And I came back up and made 2 bear traps. I wanted to make a document crafter so that I could figure out whatever, get some info on whatever that thing was that was out in the woods hunting me. But it requires a lot. I made a lot of iron, like tons. So I went mining and spent the day down there and I used like 3/4 of a diamond pickaxe just to get 35 iron. The next day while I was out looking for somewhere to build, I spotted this building in the distance. That must be it. That must be the SCP Foundation that Kim made.
I wonder if my man Dr. Johan's in here. Or a Night Watcher.
Okay, that joke does not make sense right now. It will make sense in the next video I release. I'm gonna release it in just a few days from now. You know what? Just watch it, okay? I go into this SCP Gmod role-playing server, and wow, it does not go well. Let's just say my man Dr. Johan, not a big fan of me, okay? Anyways, so I started walking up to this this foundation to see what was going on.
Oh! Oh! Okay, you know, back up from that thing. It's not even moving. I just don't want to be near that. Oh! Oh no. Oh no 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 no. Is it one of these things? Yeah, it is. Okay. When you look at it, can't move. But when you look away, yeah, see that? Oh. Okay, what? Okay, okay. 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 It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. What I'm gonna do in 2 seconds here is I'm gonna perform a very...
I was stuck on this like little tower that I built, a little thing, and I was trying to figure out how do you get out of a situation like this. I don't have a pickaxe, so I couldn't dig down, and if I jumped down, whatever that crocodile lizard thing was just gonna slaughter me. So I popped a golden apple, and gobbled that thing right up, and just jumped down and tried to fight it. Then I trapped that what is it? The thing like the weeping angel from Doctor Who, and trapped it in a box and got out of there. I also used a bear trap on that the statue thing, and it did not work. Then on my way home, I got attacked by more these ghosts. Everything was getting out of hand.
There's so much stuff spawning.
I didn't know what to do about the SCP Foundation yet. The place was a death trap. If it's anything like the outside, the inside is just gonna be brutal. Stuff all over the place. I mean, just look at this. I go outside for it, and there's like a human sheep walking around. What are these? SCP? I don't know. I don't know anything about these things. Like, do they chase you? I don't know anything about SCPs, and there's a human sheep walking around my house. Okay. When I got back to the house, I just started looking for somewhere else to build, somewhere far away from the foundation and the woods and just the sheep that are walking. I just wanted to be far away from that sort of stuff. So I found, oh no, never mind. I got distracted. A little town. I had to go see what was going on in the little town. It couldn't just build for 1 second. So this place was called Rivertown. So I guess the river swept it away because all these houses were buried in dirt, and lots of wolves around here. Lots and lots of wolves that they don't render correctly, so they're just creepy. Very creepy. There's also this little mine, so I went in and it was dark, and I'm telling you right now, it was not good. There's little flying men in there, you know? These little flying guys. I do not like those guys, so I just left, and it was getting dark, and I had half a heart. Like I was not doing well, and the wolves just kept spawning.
I just want to sleep in the. I can't sleep in the tent with as long as these wolves are here. Look at what they do. I'm gonna die out here.
I dug into one of the buried houses and found a wolf spawner, so I killed it, and I also found a container with a really good bow. Yeah, this thing is good. I mean, look at this. It had infinity, it had like a flaming arrow. This is the bow you want, you know? Good bow right here. In the morning when I woke up, I was attacked by, now I guess there's pig people too.
What is going on here? Like, what is with these? Okay, he's gone. He's done with me. Going somewhere else now. Where's he going? You done being a pig? You're just gonna go in the woods. Okay, see you later. It was good to see you.
I was starting to think that those things were not SCPs. And I have legitimately no idea which mod was causing those things to spawn. Like, what?
Tackle the town, a task I've never
Hello. Hello. Life is an adventure. Death is not the end, but each day when we sleep, it's like dying temporarily. Our time is our adversary, and each day we contend with the unforgiving minute. Today I have a number of struggles, namely I'm running out of water. My young potatoes are thirsty. We also don't have any watch, and the temperatures are dropping, nor do I know what month it is. We're in a bit of a pickle. I'm still living in poverty, and I'm out of ammo. Needless to say, Gerald Williams is getting along fine, but he's losing weight. But he shows great improvement in many facets of his stats. But Project Zomboid's internal systems dictate that when my weight drops below 50 kilograms, I'll become emaciated instead of very underweight. Not that I was a very fit person to begin with, but it's gonna make it even harder to gain experience. If we drop to 35 kilograms, I'll just die. You actually start to decompose. And so while potatoes are the foods of my ancestors, hearty, today I'm gonna need to sneak into town for butter. Yes, butter and ice cream will be my only two. Finding a lot of butter and ice cream are my only hope, and I can't waste much more time fighting zombies, so I'm gonna need to sneak. The trees offer cover from them, but if I catch a cold, I will make more noise. It's a high-risk strategy, but we don't have much time left. Therefore, we're placing all of our eggs in one basket. If I could become nimble and light-footed, and maybe even better at sneaking, I'll stand a fighting chance. A victory for Gerald Williams, Secret Walker. And while I gain the stats I need, it seems like I've riled up the entire town. There's really just too many zombies here. I'll need ninja-like levels of stealth before I can retake the town. Excessive exertion also isn't doing me any favors. This character truly is ass. And as much as I try to fight it, time and time again, it does threaten to kill me. Trees offer some cover. I have to admit, I honestly find the characters in Project Zomboid to all be just garbage as human beings. I hate this man. But we've made it back with only one on our trail, and now 0. However you slice it, life has always been a massive struggle, and the colder temperatures are making me permanently slower. Right now we really have a few options. We could keep going to and from town and try to get better with stealth until we can scrap a few more houses. We could become stronger and try to fight zombies and obtain their loot. Or we could keep grinding our weight down into the dust and obtain greater fitness and strength and go for for fast runs into town. All of these options are long and arduous, and in many ways I'm at risk of getting a cold, which will also make me loud and obnoxious. If I get another cold, I might not be able to scavenge anywhere else. That being said, we're running out of options. So while my imagination draws me to Muldraw, my common sense draws me west. And quite frankly, I don't think we have many options left in this matter. The winters of Kentucky are extremely cold, and I'll need to keep traveling through the woods on foot if I want to survive. It's not late enough yet in the year that I'm taking damage from the cold, but I don't have enough clothing to prevent hypothermia. A down jacket would be a godsend right here, and it seems I am starting to pick up some damage now in the woods. While this probably won't kill me, it'll probably put me on the edge of my seat, and I'll be moderately damaged by the time I get to the only land out to the west. I am now hypothermic, a dangerous condition that will start to damage me, but with limited options, we need to take a hit somewhere. So then, let me be hypothermic. I welcome it. Sure enough, I've caught another cold from my hypothermia, and now I'm making sounds, but I have reached the other corner of civilization for which I was searching. Would that I had made it here before I caught the cold, but we don't exactly have much time left in the year. And fortunately, in this neck of the woods, there's not much zombie spawn. We can search the cars. A car, actually, with a key, and toilet paper to muffle my sneezes. But the battery is out. A bust, but eventually perhaps replaceable. And a tissue in the other car. A good omen, but we need to get inside fast. I am extremely desperate for food, but not a single zombie guards these two homes. And I might have just found an escape from civilization. It sounds as if there are some inside, though. And I'm certainly not in any position to fight, nor do I want them to break down the door or it'll be colder inside. I'm gonna need to open the door and fight right now. This is literally the fight for a life. Only 2 zombies, normally an easy fight, but now one that'll drive me to the edge of my seat. I can stand on one and hit the other, and barring the possibility of more joining in, it looks like we'll win this day. It's time to get inside and alleviate these cold symptoms. I'm taking a gamble here, there's nothing in there. There is some beef jerky, and what in the nothing in the freezer. Can openers and vinegar. Not what I was hoping for, I needed butter or ice cream. But at least I have a more comfortable bed this time. I'll eat all of the beef jerky immediately. The shed is lonely and has no items. All the shelves are completely cleared. It's another sad day for Gerald Williams, but at least we now know more about our surroundings. I can wash my clothing with the toilet water, and though my clothing's wet, I am clean again. At the crack of dawn, it's time to set out. We've recovered, and now we can go investigate the farm. Or eventually we can. First, more treasure troves to explore. More implacable residents. This time 3 at least. We'll need to get more information and gain distance. I need to get back out of here. Windows are a literal window of opportunity. 1, 2, and that's about as much as I can take. Fortunately, the undead do not understand fences. This is extremely advantageous, but it is dangerous. Taking our time here counts more than anything. They can literally fence themselves in. That should do it for the house, but our weapons destroyed. I think I'll just seek another one out. Only 1 left, now 2, but the door is locked. I can at least take the food and search for a weapon before I fight these ones. Surprisingly, they aren't drawn to me, and I can use this butter knife to kill them. Guerrilla warfare. Amphibian warfare. And that should do it. We actually found some white wine, so that'll make us happier. This was rare. More chips. There's a lot of calories in here. And a crowbar. Nice find. I might be able to make myself well fed with all the food in here and get rid of my cold, but I'll probably need to stay here for a few days. More pop and cigarettes, and we'll check upstairs to see if there's any left. None in the bedroom, none in the other bedroom, none in the bathroom, none in the other bathroom, and none in the kids' room. So that means that we're safe. The whole point of this journey was to gain weight, so we'd be remiss if we didn't just eat all the food right away. The freezer has no ice cream, but it looks like we're gonna have to eat dog food, and dry ramen noodles. Well, bon appetit, and don't forget to eat the foods that will make you extremely unhappy first. But we are well fed, we're actually stuffed now. And severely depressed. Pop offers some happiness. A lot of it. We'll need to keep drinking this. Even after 3 cans. I may never be the same again. Then let it be white wine. Inebriation. It did bring us up a little bit in weight, but this house has practically nothing. And it's time to go to bed. My cold is stubborn though, and it won't go away. I'm gonna need more food and antibiotics if I want to survive this. And unfortunately, the next house is burned. Who knows what happened here, but it's going to deplete everything that we might have found to begin with. Oh, there's nothing in the downstairs. The refrigerator survived. with nothing. What about upstairs? Half of the bath survived, and I can fill my water bottle from it. I completely trust this. And it looks like nothing's left here either. It's time to leave this place. It looks like my cold is starting to go away. I just have the sniffles, and I can rest on this bench to get it completely gone. Yeah. That was a very fast cold, but I recovered from it. And I'm no longer hypothermic. I have it back again, but I'm still going on because I know my next destination. If we want to survive, we'll just need a lot of food. My next destination is an old favorite, the old farm to the west. It's not burned down and it's completely safe. It looks stocked as well. Lighters, cigarettes, and welding rods, adhesive tape and a sack, more lighters, and an antique oven. This might come in real handy later on. We'll leave it for now, but we know its location. My next destination, an old favorite, appears to be burned down. It's too bad, as this house kept me for many years in Zomboid time, but it looks like all that's left is a can of chili. Enjoy it while it's fresh. And we did actually find another weapon here too, as well as the owners, but nothing is left here that I can use, and it's better to just leave this place and expel the residents. The one positive is that this place has a well with unlimited water. It's momentary respite from our everyday struggle, and a shot at some overalls. It tends to be that out in the farmlands, people are dressed for more independent living. Do you want to see a magic trick? See these zombies? Well, fuck. I thought I would do better at handling this. There's a lot of shit north of the farm to the west, but it seems that most of it is inaccessible. There's hordes of hundreds of them in here. I might have to fight 400 zombies to get 1 stick of butter. We're going to need some alternatives. And so long as I'm sick, stealth isn't an option anymore. It's time to beat a hasty retreat and maybe reformulate a new plan. This neighborhood appears to be pretty overrun as well. We can't even do a hit and run on the houses because they're each occupied by maybe 5 or 10 of them. Oh, there go most of our options. Well, this just kind of blows. Previously, we'd had about 4 or 5 options. That number's dwindled down to around 2 or 3 with this cold. But at the very least, we know what we're up against. Nothing here is easy to get. And with the entire world overrun, I have only one real option left. I need to return back home and harvest the potatoes, but not without doing one thing first. I'm taking the gardening spray can I found here, and an extra welder mask, and under the cover of a light fog, I make my way back home. Now, my home is extremely far away, so I'm gonna need to rely on some landmarks to get me back. And while the weather is beautiful, the fact that I'm making so much noise is pretty deadly. The snow also makes it harder to see a lot of these markings. The fog here is becoming nigh impossible to see through, but I take some comfort in the unknown, and I have to prepare for a fight as there might be more zombies back at my main base while I was gone. I also need to be prepared in the event that I overshoot my target and I wind up on the wrong road near my base, for there are no maps in this game and my sense of direction is my best ally. The trees have become extremely dense and I can't see more than a few feet around me now. And it seems that I did overshoot my target, but not by much. We are at McCoy, and giving it a wide berth, it looks like I'll come back in unscathed. But there are new arrivals. My first concern upon arrival is the crops. They haven't really grown by much, but they haven't died either. It'll be a long time before they're bearing seeds, and they're in need of watering. It's not much, but we can utilize the last of the sink and bath water, and use the toilet water to feed our crops. The thirst is quenched, but I need to sleep, and upon wake up, it's time to clear again, and we're back to where we started. 3, albeit more pronounced than experience, and a little bit heavier than we were before, or at least we've stalled. Fresh snow on my crops, and only one of them is stunted. Again, the condition of my health is threatening my life, but ultimately, brave men take pride in adversity, and know that the highs can exist only because the lows do too. That's not to say it's easy though. We are running out of options, but there's not much left I can do at this point of the year. It might suit me best to just hibernate and wait for my potatoes to grow. On the other hand, we could hope that this snow turns into rain and build a water collector on the off chance that it might happen, but I have my doubts. And for right now, I do see another way out of this plight. While we haven't had much luck with powering through, there still is the way of the engineer. Electrical and mechanical skills might take a long time to develop, but they could be a godsend tomorrow if we manage to hotwire a car. So I think it's only best that we take this screwdriver and find every single electrical item to dismantle around here. Many are hidden and they can be difficult to spot, but there are lights around. And if we remove each of them, we should gain some experience. Payphones also offer another opportunity. Radios offer more experience, as well as batteries to power flashlights. Air blowers can also be disassembled. Practically everything in this game has a use, and we can uninstall car parts until eventually we gain enough experience. And after uninstalling and reinstalling hundreds of light bulbs, radios, glove boxes, you name it. And whether or not I like to admit it, I am stuck. Frozen and alone, I sojourn here. The cold can be as debilitating an adversary we face as our primary enemy. And though we've made a lot of progress today, we still have no insulation, and it's the beginning of what's looking to be a long, long winter. We've still lost weight, and it's taking forever for the crops to grow in this non-ideal temperature. I'm 49 kilograms, and this cold just keeps coming back. Who said it better than John Keats? And that's why I sojourn here, alone and palely loitering. As always, thanks for watching. My name's Ambiguous Amphibian. In the snow, falling faintly and faintly falling, as Joyce once said, I take a moment of gratitude between coughs. As always, God bless the AA support group for helping me. Project Zomboid is an extremely I bet you're wondering how I got here. Well, it's been a long way, but here's the story. In my younger and more vulnerable years, before everything seemed awry, welcome back to Project Zomboid. Welcome back to pain. As a child, I greatly esteemed the career of the noble carpenter. Naturally, Christ and his earthly father were carpenters, and it seemed a profession fitting to anyone close to earth, and doubtlessly a profession of great utility. Carpenters, after all, build the world and everything around us. They fashion the intractable tendrils of nature into clean right angles. For me in particular, what made the career of a carpenter so attractive was there's just something so novel and ingenious about a tool belt. Everything is accessible at the reach of an arm. After all, a wise old woman once said, the secret to happiness is collect something. But now as an old man, the concept seems just as novel as it did when I was a youth. And so, I'm collecting everything. If nothing else, the Knox event has made the world of Gerald Williams much smaller. I collect potatoes inside of me. I collect nutrition. I collect nails off the ground, and I put them all in this box. It gives me great joy when things that are the same are near each other. I don't like it when things that aren't the same aren't near each other. And so now, being cured of my cold, I'm also collecting fitness. 60 minutes of sit-ups. Who could protest? Welcome back to Project Zomboid. Now, over the last few videos, I haven't really emphasized weight, but it's starting to drop pretty low. I started off underweight, but I've lost around 15 kilograms since I started, and I'm now emaciated. If I lose about 14 more, I actually start to take damage, and then I'll just die. Now, our stats have improved since the beginning, but we're not particularly good in any one thing. Fitness and strength, as statistics, still prevent our town runs from being very prolonged. Sprinting doesn't help us much, only to escape from fights. We're certainly not very sneaky yet, but we're getting there. Nor are we very good at combat. Soon we will be. And our carpentry stat is weak, as compared with what it could be. Farming doesn't really matter that much. If we had mechanical and electrical skills, we could get better cars, but it's gonna be a while till we can do that. And while I certainly entertain the possibility of taking a car, I think it would suit us to get in one high loot run to Muldraw. So cured of the common cold, and with some newfound combat abilities, we can make our way back into town for what looks to be a decent run. We need to take Muldraw before the deep freeze of winter, and if we can, settle into one building. Using the snow as cover is our best bet here. While I want to avoid fights, I also want to take out individual ghouls. If there are too many, they'll start to gang up on me. And 3 down here, 2, 3, and we're safe. But it appears as if there's nothing on these ones. Nonetheless, we've cleared out part of the woods. It's groups like this that prevent me from taking this area entirely. And if groups play off each other, they'll start to join as one. Just the type of situation I need to avoid. We can make short work of one, but again, playing as a genetic dead end has its disadvantages. Where a stronger man could burst through the doors, I'm forced to sneak and check for company. They've taken the area. Only one, but each one is an alarm, and they'll signal the others if I let them. That makes 4. Another out. A silent takedown, and thus we slowly chip off the warehouse until it's back in my hands. Or overtaken. Looks like this one's a bust. Well, this one wasn't meant to be. And though frustration gets the best of us here, we need to remain patient or we'll die. We need to keep our wits about us, or we wind up like the undead. Each day, though it seems I had so much time at the start, is now ticking on. But for each step I take and each one I kill, that's one last monster I'll have to kill tomorrow. The nightfall brings more cover, more hell-raising, beta blockers, and safe passage into town. Covert operations. Luckily, no action goes unrewarded here, as it does all improve my sneaking. And every step I take makes the odds of my next trip to town the more successful. But one false step and I'll knock over the beehive. And so I tread with caution, and I strike surely, retreat decisively, and know when it's time to walk away. Almost no opportunities in any of these homes. Crowded roads are commonplace, and there's so few opportunities out here, and so many more close shaves. It is almost completely impossible to get into town with these stats. There must be a way. There must be a way. But what if there isn't? Finally, a day of some decent light, and with it some chance. But every day they replenish. They return in droves. There must be a way. And there's just a trail of blood where I've taken them. No more than 2 or 3 at a time, though. Even this is too many. You can't let them stand side by side like that, or they do gang up on you. A real shame, but it's time to go home. This day is lost. Every horde spawn is another kilogram of weight I can kiss goodbye. More slowly than I'd ever want, I take them out. Oh, we do find another holster and some ranger clothing. This is nice. We need to keep track of daylight, though. We're starting to lose more as the year goes on. And if I wake up in the middle of the night, I waste time and I lose more weight. Only about 12 more kilograms to go before I start to expire. And every opportunity stolen out of my hands. Still, repeated action, when performed with great intensity and focus, yields superhuman results. I don't need sleep. I need levels. I don't need breath. I just need to sit in this goddamn chair. I'm a real man. I eat worms. I sit on the ground, and I put my arm on my knee like this. I hit bad people, and I get results, and I take off other people's shoes. Gerald Williams might be the world's worst human being, except Worm Man. Finally, a day where we have negotiated the living hell around us, and we have maybe one group in front of the warehouse. Oh, for Christ's sake, we've finally done it. The warehouse is not filled with zombies, and I think I can board up the windows now. Are there any outs? There are probably a bunch outside. At the very least, we can remove the broken glass from the windows. I need to make this place safe. I bet I can do it, too. Nope. And they're all in here again. Fuck. Gerald Williams truly was born to suffer. And whenever he kills an enemy, 10 more get up to take its place. It's like the punishment of Sisyphus, doomed to push a rock uphill forever. It's time to formulate a new plot. I truly think we're gonna have to cut it down to the wire in terms of weight loss this time. Without fitness and strength, we'll never make runs back into town. And prior to the fitness update, the most reliable way to gain strength was by pushing a tree. We don't really have that option anymore, though. So I'm gonna just build a lot of fixtures I would have built anyway. And in time, it should get me stronger and more fit. I have more ideas for turning this place into a fortress. And so through days of back-breaking labor, we can finally build a safety column to the other warehouse. This will all take an extremely long time. Do you want to see me dismantle this warehouse? There. That only took about 3 days. 3 days of back-breaking labor. And it got us only about halfway to carpentry level 4. Almost everything in all of these was useless. And I'm still losing weight at 46 kilograms. I'll give us about a month and a half of weight left. And as for water, we have what's left in in all of the sinks at McCoy. We still have several more warehouses, in which I actually haven't seen any of the loot. Not that I expect much in here, but is there anything? And nope, just one metal bar and one lead pipe. It's technically is better than nothing. And as for the rest of the crates, nothing again. I think that's every single crate in 3 warehouses. There still is one remaining warehouse at McCoy, and I think this is where I left a lot of my good tools. And a hunting knife. The only stealth weapon, and a damn good one at that. And that unfortunately does it on McCoy. No dice on a sledgehammer. All the original cars had no key or battery, and it's still too soon to hotwire. And now a new opportunity, our potatoes have bloomed. We have 6 plants, and we'll harvest some for seeds and wait longer, but for right now I do want to eat some of these. Harvesting 2 and gaining another level in our farming skill. Now at farming level 2 we'll probably do better with plants. 12 fresh potatoes. That could probably save me some weight and hence a little bit more time. And though I'm performing back-breaking labor, it's ultimately going to make me more fit, fast, and strong. It didn't save me much weight, but probably a little bit of time. We can finish off our constructions and fortify our outer perimeter, expand our lodging, and prepare to build onto the other end of the lumber mill. Alongside this, I'm paving the way for safe transport, even if that means constructing a skywalk. And under the cover of snow, we construct our column. And after all that hard work, we finally reach carpentry level 4. And a good time for the winter. We can finally build a rain collector barrel, which is important. I'll put my first one right over here. Hopefully the first of many. The last of our time is reserved for morning sprints. I think with one more level and a bit more stealth, we can safely go back into town. And I'm running out of options here. Simply put, I'm getting desperate. The only thing that's really gonna make a bang is this pistol, and I have only 8 kilograms left to lose before I start dying on the spot. I don't want to attract zombies into these nearby woods, it's my escape route, but they keep respawning by the large warehouse every day. I need to attract them further into town, and I need to get them away from the main restaurants. So here we go. Not for the aiming experience, but it should bring them around from all sides. Now it's time to cut and run. And wow, it turns out that actually wasn't that loud. So then this pistol gives only a local area radius. That'll still be enough. Oh yes, it will. Oh, this is exactly what I wanted. We have to gather up a large horde and send them off one place. We can take them over to the other end of town, and then it's gonna be time to hop a fence. There are just so many. I'm not sure anyone was ever meant to play this challenge. Absolutely everything is overrun. It's impossible. I can't even stomach the thought of taking back the town. I mean, when I lead a horde through, they just go right back to where they were. I think unless if we get an emergency vehicle and set them all on fire, there's no way we'll ever take back Muldraugh. I may not like it, but I think it's true. It's not worth it, and it's only gonna make me more tired every time. No kills, no accuracy. Almost every direction I've pursued has been a dead end. I'm getting extremely desperate, and I'm gonna need to plant the last of the cabbages. I can use the last of the water in these fountains to feed my plants at first. But the process of watering is becoming longer and more time-consuming, requiring each trip, and we're running out of water altogether. Our rain collector barrels are still dry, and we'll need to resort to the last of the water. Each sink has only a little bit left in the tap, and it takes me a whole day of back and forth just to water the crops now. Exhausting both sinks, I'm now using toilet water, and staying up late into the night to make trips to water the plants, all of which cost me more weight. After a long day and thirsty plants, I have no other option but to go to sleep. We exhaust an entire bathroom's water supply, and we move on to one of the last bathrooms in here. We water the last of our seedling cabbages. I keep the last of the potable water in my own water bottle. And now we have some luck. At long last, seedling potatoes. We can harvest them all. This should significantly improve our farming skill as we go. And along with that, another set of seeds for the next generation. And 20 potatoes, more importantly. They may not have a lot of fat, but they do have a lot of carbs for us. I can't wait on the last plant, nor do I know why it didn't give seed. But this should be enough to replace our last generation. 60 seeds and 27 potatoes, it's time to eat now. A full 27 potatoes in a row. And just pray that this makes me gain weight. It took an astounding 21 potatoes to make myself stabilize in weight, and I'll eat the last ones for good measure, but no weight gain here. In the meantime, these cabbages will grow, but I think I need to leave them here for a while. And since I'm well fed, it's time to take antidepressants. Now in the middle of the night, it might not seem right, but I think I truly have no more choice. I can come back here to harvest these cabbages, but that's about all that it's worth. I won't be able to plant food fast enough to gain weight right now, and I don't think that I have the water supply to sustain it. I can bring a gas can with with me, a few other essential items. If Muldraw's an impossible quest, then my only hope is out to the west. And so under the cover of night, we travel through the woods. Now, despite the fact that I had no leads in this section of the map, it's really my only choice. The choices of land in Muldraw are so spare and few that it doesn't make sense to bang our heads against a wall there anymore. Only in the north is there land, cars with which to experiment, and a general chance of gaining weight and putting meat on my bones. The best analog is probably being lost at sea, to be surrounded by so much water and thirsty. One good sign is that it seems as if the sunrises are happening earlier. We might have started off earlier in the year than I thought. Light snowfall might be falling as rain in other parts of Kentucky, but still, after such a long odyssey, we're not ready to fight, and we are starting to freeze, and we're in danger of getting another cold. On top of all that, we're finally encumbered again. We need to stay calm. Panic is as deadly as the enemy, and a close shave might be all we can manage. We're going to be fighting tooth and nail for barely any resources. What's this? A car out in the middle of the woods. Maybe a good sign. It's locked, but we can change that with this thing. There we go. I have company, though. Not an ideal situation, but we'll have to leave this for now. That'll take some investigation later. We can escape in the woods and clear out this clearing. It used to be a beautiful place, but now a valley of moans, a memory of what used to be. Now a shattered visage of the past, a compilation of our aspirations, everything we'd lived for, lay motionless. It's been a long journey and it's time to rest. But what this place lacks in material, it makes up for in water. And now for a feat the likes of which only Worm Man has accomplished before. There is a small town to the north here, and this fence brings an opportunity to break up any threats. We can use it for the last of what it's worth, but it will be enough. With a bit too much nostalgia, I face this next part, as we tread in the footsteps of where Worm Man once tread. Our first house of many. It's heavily guarded, but it's possible. Under no normal circumstances would I do this. But this time, I have stealth, as well as an opportunity. I can fight them one by one, and draw them into these woods. Rain turns to snow, snow back to rain, over and over. Seeing at night, however, is an impossibility. Like it or not, I can't even go into town at night anymore. The snowstorm is getting worse, and only early in the morning is there enough light to make our way back to town. And so once again, we use the cover of the snow to fight them one by one. Only about 4 left guarding this home, but they're sure to attract company if I leave them here. 1, 2, 3. He took my knife. Stealth here. 4 and 5. I told you there would be more. We'll take this one out. Let her come at the window, and she knocked me. A 6th. We're getting better with these stab. We gotta back up. Yeah, that one would have tried to get me too. 7. The coast is clear. We can finally make our way into the house. Ketchup. Many carbohydrates, many more than I was used to. It's gonna make me sad to eat it, but that's a lot of carbs. We can eat all of this, but let's see if we can get it into one big meal. These homes are extremely valuable finds, but beware claustrophobia. A sight for sore eyes, but we still have a lot of work to do. I think I'm just going to eat all of the ketchup at once. We need to sustain our weight somehow, however that might look, even if it is tomato. And we've sustained our weight. Kettles, matches, not what I need. I need consumables. We can still drink this pop. It might give us some opportunity at weight gain. Not really, but there is white wine as well. 481 calories. No macronutrients. I don't honestly know what that will do. I don't want to risk being inebriated right now, but later on we can come back for this. What in the bedrooms? Oh, nothing but toys. What on the bookshelves? Carpentry for beginners. I already know all that. Electronics magazine, somewhat useful. Not really, and I'm a slow reader as well. The TV, however, we can disassemble. That's valuable experience. And now the world around us is covered in a thick blanket of snow. Any down jackets? None. Anything in the bathroom? Some antidepressants. Beta blockers? All useful. But that's about all we get for now. Again, disassembling everything. And if the coast is clear, there's many other homes in this neighborhood. Only one group of zombies over there. We can enter the shed. And it contains an empty gas can. We brought one already, so it's not really useful. I can't fight these groups at once, but I can take them out one by one. I can open a window and another one. Oh, that looks like it's hit on my weapons. I have nothing left. I just have to pray for the next house. And so what of this home? Hunter magazine. A rotten avocado. Contains fat. They'll make me unhappy. Canned tuna. Forks. A bowl. Eventually useful for fruit salads. And no luck on a down jacket. That's about all I can muster in here. This house was a waste. I can run them along each house, though, and get into this last one without them knowing I'm in here. I'm safe for now. I'm safe for now if I move quietly. More coffee. This is good. We'll need it. A tea bag as well. Not by much, but it is something. No ice cream. No fats. And a fanny pack. I needed this. It is something. and how to use generators. This is extremely valuable. I can eat this avocado. That'll bring me back up to better weight. More canned tuna, and that'll put more weight on my bones. I got most of the town, and I can head back to the farmstead. This trip turned out to be worth it after all. And we're still not out of the woods yet, metaphorically speaking, but I think we have what it takes. Well, I think that that's all for today. We've managed to keep some meat on our bones. I still have the dream of someday getting back into Muldraugh, but it's certainly not going to be anytime soon. We're going to need to prove ourselves in the wilderness first, before we can head back to McCoy. And we're going to need to gain weight before we can gain much more fitness first. I think that's it for today, an unusually scenic end, but I find this playthrough to be an immersive escape, a world I can turn to. And I hope you learn at least something about the locales of Project Zomboid. It's certainly a game where if you want to get any good at this game, you need to know where in the world to go. But I think it's getting dark now. I need to go back inside to
Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a game that at some point in time, Yu-Gi-Oh! Deck box that their large deck as often as possible. It's fairly obvious why
The altars will unlock in 30 seconds. Your team turret. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. Your team victory.
bonk, bonk. Deal. Generally, W for more defense. Most of it and some crit. Then we're gonna be second item collector. Good AD, crit, some lethality, 5% health, X. The final items, which depend on the build you pick. Generally, you want the core items and 100% crit. The final amount of AD possible on Jhin by building around Jin's passive, which gives him bonus AD. Just to grab your attention with some fun numbers, I got Jhin up to 1324 AD. I got one auto attack on a test dummy to do 2992 damage. I got 4000 plus damage with Baron and Infernal Dragons. Our goal with algebraically attempted Jhin: maximum AD. Abusing Jin's passive, we are trying to maximize the AD that Jhin gets, so his passive is innate, as the Jhin gains 4 to 44% based on level. Then some numbers, a lot of numbers per bonus. Attack origins still X out with different round games testing unlisted, but I came up the edge, but Renan's Hurricane, Novori quick